everyone, and welcome back to another American Neopilot stream. This is my second stream. Anyways, today I'm gonna just go ahead and fly the Airbus A320neo from fly-by-wire simulations. I'm going from LAX to OGG, which is the airport on the island of Maui in Hawaii. It's gonna be a little long flight. I probably won't stick around the whole time, but I will have it streaming for you guys to watch if you'd like. But mostly, you can just go ahead and watch me fly the plane and enjoy. Anyways, I'm gonna get started setting up the aircraft. I've got my checklist here. I don't know if you can see that. Right there. I made it. Just wrote down all the procedures, and it helps me not forget to do anything. Anyways, going up to the overhead panel. Let's see. And first thing we got is batteries on. Then we've got external power. Turn up the volume here a bit. All three aiders to nav. And turn all the fuel pumps on. And verify engine bleeds. Those are good. Crew oxygen supply. Emergency lights set to armed. It's been a while since I've flown the Airbus. I've been mainly doing the 737 from PMDG lately, but just looking at this. Okay, nav and logo lights on. And then we've got no smoking and seatbelts. I just downloaded the new version of the fly-by-wire, so I am not sure what the changes are, so we'll see in a second here. Ooh, I forgot strobe lights to automatic. This is exactly why we have a checklist. Okay, that looks good to me, and we are going to go ahead and test the fire alarms up here. Always does that. That's kind of... Come on. Why won't it let me test it? Come on. There we go, I finally got it. Last test. And we're all good, so now we can move on. I'm gonna get some fresh cold air back in the cabin, because it's kind of hot out in Los Angeles today. So we're going to go over to the MCDU. I just updated AirAC Cycle 2, FMGC. 14th of July, 10th of August. Looks like we're good. Leap 1826. And we are ready to go ahead and do our initialization. So we're going from KLAX to PHOG. Every time I use the keypad on this Airbus, it's always weird because I'm used to typing on a keyboard, and all the letters are in alphabetical order, which I've always wondered why keyboards don't work that way. I actually haven't bothered looking it up, but I wonder why. So we'll be doing Hawaiian Airlines Flight 55 today with a cost index of 5. Cruising flight level of 38,000 feet. Align the IRSs. Come on. There we go. Sometimes it just is a little finicky for some reason right there. Okay, that's good. Turn. We've got our next page. So it looks like we're going to be needing 30,595 pounds of fuel. So let's go ahead and head over to the fly pad over here and put the fuel in that we need. Okay, so we can head over to ground, and I believe we head to, where is it? Dispatch, nope. There we go, fuel. And then we look at our weight. We're going to want, is there a way to put it in pounds? Okay, I guess we're going to have to convert. So, let me see. Kilograms to pounds. And, or let's change, no, pounds to kilograms. I've got my converter here on the other, my other monitor. So we're needing about 31,000 pounds of fuel. And it's safe to say that we're going to want about, if the flight's 6 hours, then we're going to need an extra, I would say, hour of fuel, just in case we need to. I'm no professional. I can't calculate all the extra fuel that we need and stuff, but I'm going to say we need about an hour of extra fuel. So if we split that, let's see, let's do 31,000. You guys can't see all this. Maybe I'll just move it over into the other screen. Here we go. And we've got our pounds here. Kilograms, 14,000 kilograms about. So, let's see, if we divide 31,000 divided by 6, because it's 6 hours. That's 5,166. So we're going to add 5,166 pounds to that. So it looks like we'll be doing 36,000 and 16,329 kilograms. So 16,379. There we go. Refuel that, and we're good to go. Alright, fuel's done. Now let's do our zero fuel weight and zero fuel weight center of gravity. So our zero fuel weight is going to be on the, whoops, not the camera, weight and balances page. So we've got total weight of 155,708, 155,708 minus the weight of the fuel, which is 36,109. And that gives us 119,599, and we want to divide that by 2,000 to convert it to tons. We've got 59.8 as our zero fuel weight. 59.8. Put our slash, and our center of gravity is just given to us right here. Whoop. I always press the camera page instead of the weight and balances. For some reason, my eyes just think they look similar. Let's see. Okay, so right here's our center of gravity, 23.32. Put that in. Clear GPS primary. And we should be able to look right up here. Whoops. Let's get that eCam brightness up. It's super dark. And that should be our block fuel. Move the decimal 3 times to turn it into tons, metric tons. 16.38. The metric system is so much nicer than the US customary system. Alright, with all that done, we can go ahead and move on to our flight plan. And it looks like our first waypoint, or let's look. Okay, our first waypoint is going to be Ficky. So, well, we gotta clear the discontinuities first. There we go. So F-I-C-K-A-Y. Check the spelling. Yep. After Ficky, we take Airway Romeo 578. Romeo 578. There we go. And we go to Fights. And after that, we take the Star Lava S1 into Maui. So, we can go ahead and insert that. KLAX, our departure will be runway 24 left. And it looks like we've got a Summer 2 star. Oop, right there. I've had problems with the A32NX and putting in, I said star. It's a SID, but I've had problems with the A32NX when you input a SID or a star. Just for whatever reason, it adds a lot of extra discontinuities that shouldn't really be there. So what I'm going to do is just try this. I'm going to go for it. There we go. RNAV Delray. They always say, whenever I listen to LAX is my local international airport, whenever I listen to the tower, they always say RNAV Delray, so there's that right there. There's a discontinuity, we should be able to just clear that. And we're going to be arriving ILS 2, I think it's Yankee. Let's try it, because I know there's a certain way that they approach the island, and it's Lavas 1. Via, let's see. Let's insert that. And let's just see what our flight plan looks like. If it's completely messed up, I'm going to redo it and get rid of the SID and stars. But hopefully everything worked out correctly. So, plan mode. And let's just go ahead and hope for the best. Looking good, looking good. Whoa, what is that? Okay, yep, they go turn down. Follow the straight line down to the islands of Hawaii. Whoa. Okay, is that a problem? Let's see. Yeah, there is definitely a problem there. Okay, let's redo that. All you have to do is if you mess things up, you just go and re-put in your... You re-put in your departure and arrival airports, and your flight plan is magically cleared. Okay, let's try that again, shall we? So we're going to Ficky. After Ficky, we take Romeo 578. Weird. That's very weird indeed. I'm just gonna return. Oh, I see. I didn't do this. I'm just... I can't type today. And after that, we go to fights. That's it. I'm gonna try this. The SID, the standard instrument departure, worked quite well. Looking at it, so I'm gonna try that again. 24 left. Summer 2. There we go. Here the discontinuity. And we'll just take a look at if the problem is in fact the SID or the star. So let's see. Let's keep going, follow it along. Looking good, looking good. So no, it's the it is the star. So I'm gonna try something again, and if this doesn't work, I'm gonna be mad because I'm gonna have to just ditch it and redo the whole thing all over again. Let's see. Okay, please work. Lava Swan. OGG. Oh, there we go. Fights. So let's see. I'm gonna take a look at SimBrief, and they have the mapping here. Oh, okay. So that's fine. It is via a fights transition. Please work. Taken off. Follow the route. Whoa! What is going on? So where is this? Gonna get rid of... Oh. Let's try that. Let's see what happened after I got rid of the discontinuity. Oh, that cleared, it looks like, something up, or just changed it. Oh no, it did. Lovely. Okay, I'm just gonna have to redo this without the we'll have to do this over a third time. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why it's not working. I'm following exactly what is on SimBrief. So, our last-ditch effort is to just put the flight plan in with only the star and then figure out the approach on the fly. Oh well. Okay. Well, let's do this a third time. So we've got Vicky, after Vicky we've got Romeo 578, and then after that we're going to fights. Insert LAX departures 24 left, summer 2, insert, and clear the discontinuity. PHOG arrivals, ILS 202 Yankee, no star, insert. Let's try that one last time. And if it's just fails, I'm just gonna fly it and see what happens, because that's actually kind of interesting. I've always wondered why. Okay, that looks fine to me right there. That's exactly what I want. I don't really need anything else. That's perfect. Okay. Alright, so flight plan's done, and we're going to go ahead and move on to our final stages of setting up this aircraft, requesting the weather, and we'll just wait for the company message. I need some Jeopardy music here. I feel like nobody's, like, there's been 13 views on this stream already, and for me 13 views on a stream for my small channel is perfectly fine. Average view duration is 23 seconds, which is pretty bad, honestly, but I'm not even flying yet, so hopefully I'll attract more people once we start flying. And nobody has commented yet. I guess I'll be the first one to comment. Chat test. Alrighty, that should be enough time. Received messages, METAR, print, control 6, 7. Collect the paper. There we go. And next thing we're going to do is performance. And we've got V1, all that kind of stuff. Flaps 1, we got plenty of runway here at LAX. Transition altitude in the United States is 18,000 feet. No flex, full toga takeoff. Perfect. We're all set and ready to go. We can go to our next phases. Climb out, cruise, descent. And Q&H, we'll set up all the approach stuff later in the flight, because the weather will definitely have changed, especially in Hawaii, by the time we've completed our 6-hour flight. So we'll get that done later. So let's go ahead and put up our brightnesses here, because for some reason just all the brightnesses on this plane are so low when they turn it on. I mean, when you start in the cold dark cockpit. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. Autopilot, no heading, whoops. We've got our cruising altitude set, 38,000 feet. That's pretty much it. Speed 250 knots. Alrighty. Okay, now we can go ahead and set our APU on. We can turn on our beacon lights. Wing on. Actually, no, not the wing on.
Flight attendants, arm doors, and cross-check.
So switch on, start on. Let the cabin crew know we're going to be pushing back soon. Lock up the cockpit door. Projected wind shear to automatic. TCAS, TARA, and ATC to auto. Alright, I didn't quite want them to start the safety message yet, but that is okay. It's veil, APU bleed, external power disconnecting. Everything seems to be ready. Check our altimeter. 2989. And what I'm going to do is just completely tune, actually no, because we have to use ground services first. And we're going to push back. Let them get the parking, let them get the pushback taken place. An outside view. My FPS are very low. I do not have the world's best GPU. I have a 1660 Ti, which is pretty good for most games today nowadays, but for this game, Microsoft Flight Simulator, the graphics are just so intense that it slows it down quite a bit. So I average around 30 FPS. Here we go. Average around 30 FPS in the air, and on the ground it's like 20 FPS. So we're going to turn to the right.
Los Angeles ground Hawaiian 55 requesting pushback tug to steer the aircraft to the right.
I always say that the ATC is just really not the best, and the pushback tug. I know there's an add-on. I haven't gotten that yet. I really should get that pushback tug add-on. I think it's free, but it's so hard because it's delayed and it's not very accurate. But I'm doing my best for what I can right now. Key is to just press Shift P right at the exact moment, set your park and brake, and I'd say that's pretty good, considering I'm using the standard standard pushback service in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay, go back to clearance. Now I'm going to completely tune ATC away. I don't use VATSIM, and I don't trust myself to read back everything correctly and be able to participate on that. It's just network. It's just too... It's a little bit too much for me. So I think that I'm just going to stay with this no ATC rule that I have. It's all the traffic is turned off, and I just go by what I see out the windshield. So I'll go ahead and get our engine started. Now I do have the Airbus Thrustmaster throttle quadrant and side stick, which I think are really great. But recently I've been noticing that the selectors for the engine and the, like you'll see right there, it's supposed to stay, but it doesn't. So you have to manually crank the engine like that. And we start with engine 1. And I'll set our passenger view. Make sure our throttle's at idle. You can go on this side and see the engine starting. Almost ready. We've got... Okay, that should mean that our engine is avail. In a second. There we go, starting engine 2. You hear the PTU. I have heard real pilots say that the startup time for the engines on the Airbus 320neo and 737 MAX, they both share the same engine, the CFM LEAP, and they said that the engine startup time is significantly longer than that of the CFM 56. And after a week with flying the PMDG 737-700, I really can notice how long it's taking to start the engines. That's good. We can set our engine mode selector back to norm. Set our flaps out to 1. Gauge our speed brakes. See the flaps coming out. We are in the Hawaiian Airlines livery. My FPS are very lagging right now. I apologize. I would really love to get a new graphics card. I've been eyeing the 3060 Ti. Okay. So now that we've got everything ready to go, I'm just going to go ahead and taxi out to the runway and take off, and we'll go ahead and fly over to Maui. So, just parking brakes. I'm going to check and see. Yeah. So I love the throttle quadrant because it's calibrated. And all the detents, you can feel them. And I highly recommend if you love flying the Airbus planes in Microsoft Flight Simulator that you get the Thrustmaster Airbus and get the Officer Pack too. That thing is really great. I'm not like sponsored or anything. I just really like the product. I think it could use some work in terms of the feel, in terms of durability. Like some of the components are a little plasticky for my liking, but especially the engine switches, they feel like they could snap so easily. Wow. So I really feel that they should definitely beef the size of those things up so that they don't feel like they're going to snap off every time you switch the engine on. But anyways, otherwise, it works very well. I like how all of the little buttons are functional, like the autopilot disconnect right here, and then it has this little, the trigger right here. I don't have any rudder pedals, so I actually use the trigger for braking, and in real life apparently they use it for ATC communication, but I thought it would be cool to use as a brake because it's sort of similar but not really. But also, you may notice that I'm using the side stick sort of like the tiller, and that's because it also has the ability to serve as your rudder pedals, and I don't have to buy a $250 pedal assembly to steer the plane. And that's exactly why I chose to go with this, because I fly the Airbus all the time, the Neoplane, and I fly 737 occasionally, and I really wish that they would make it so that the throttle can be calibrated for any plane, because when I go to fly another plane, I have to use the F1, F2, and F3, and F4 keys to... Oh, I just hit my mic, I'm sorry. But you have to use all those keys to adjust the throttle, which is really annoying, especially when you are trying to manage your throttle accurately on approach and landing. So here at LAX recently, they've actually added a new tower because we've had so much traffic. They added a new terminal right here, the Tom Bradley West Gates, and you go under you go in an escalator underground, and then you go to the other side, and you go up, and then there's a whole nother side to the Tom Bradley terminal, and they're still working on like putting restaurants and stuff in, but it's actually quite cool looking. Oh, whoa. What is going on there? Oh my gosh. Okay, that's ridiculous. Come on. That must be some new technology from Boeing, the 737 MAX Double Plus or something, now with helicopter floating technology. Wow, this airport doesn't seem very safe. There's a plane floating, and now there's a jet bridge jammed into that Air Portugal plane. Oh my goodness. They really need to work on the modeling for the airport layout. It's not quite accurate. Oh, looks like we have some chats. Hello, Alec and Adrian. Thanks for joining. Sorry, my little sister came in and was talking to me and I lost track of where I was going. Oh no, okay. I gotta make a U-turn. Hold on. Uh-oh. Are we gonna make it? Now I know exactly why they have locked cockpit doors. Okay, I think we're gonna make it. That was a tight turn. Turn right. On Echo 7. And join the runway at Echo 6. Let the cabin crew know we're cleared for departure. The one thing about the Airbus 320neo from Fly-by-Wire and also from Flight Simulator is that the I don't know if it's always like if it's always the engines are always so powerful. It's enough. The thrust is at idle right now actually, and we're still rolling. So I'm gonna put the parking brake on. Notify the cabin crew. Kind of late. Okay, we're gonna put it in takeoff config. There we go. I didn't do a flight control check, but I didn't set any failures, so we should be fine. Alrighty. Just parking brake, 40%. Stable. Toga. Man, Toga. SRS, runway auto thrust blue. Speed checked. .100 knots. V1, rotate. Positive rate of climb, gear up. So we're gonna climb out to 5,000 feet. Follow the flight director. Engage autopilot. Bring the throttle back. Tracked. Oops. There we go. Throttle back to climb. And we're going to climb out all the way to our cruising altitude of 38,000 feet. And Adrian, I'll be flying to Maui, the island of Maui, Kahului Airport. Now I'll look around and see if we can explore the cabin a bit and see if there's any. Sometimes they have little Easter eggs for the different plane liveries. So I have the Hawaiian Airlines livery on here, but let's see. Most of the time they'll do the coffee cup, but I don't see the coffee cup, unfortunately. They don't have the Hawaiian Airlines coffee cup. And sometimes they'll put the airline logo right here, but it doesn't look like they have that. But still, overall, it's a great livery. I got it for free on flightsim.to. And I'll let the cabin crew know that we've passed 10,000 feet. Turn our beacon lights off. APU is coming off. I'm turning off the APU kind of late. I should have done that on the ground, but it is alright. So let's gain some altitude here, go up to our full cruising altitude of 38,000 feet. Look out the right-hand side window. There we go. We can see the town of Oxnard and Camarillo should be on the right. Two cities north of Oxnard. I mean north of Los Angeles. I'm gonna pause the joystick camera for a second. I have to do something on my phone. It looks like we are starting that left-hand turn out towards Hawaii. Go back in the cockpit to make sure everything's fine. Looks like we're doing okay. Okay, I should bring the joystick camera back now. There we go. And we've started our journey on to Hawaii. Wish I was going there in person. And we'll set our altimeter to standard since we just passed through 18,000 feet. Today we'll be cruising at 38,000 feet. I could mimic a PA, but that would be sort of cringy, so I think I'm not going to do that. And here's our little in-flight map so you guys can see where we are in reference to other parts of the world. So over there, those are the Channel Islands. I don't know which one is which, but I believe that actually to the left, I think one of these is like San Nicolas, and then to our left should be, let me go to view 13. That one right there is Catalina Island. Check on all of our instruments here, check weight. Everything looks good to me, so I'll check the weight and balances page. Yeah, looks good. You can see we have a little bit of an airport down there on that island. That one, I don't know what that one is. Let's reduce our speed a little bit to 310 or 300, just because we're going to gain some altitude here. KNSI Airport. I'm going to look that up. San Nicolas. So that's San Nicolas Island. I was wrong about the other ones. This one is San Nicolas. And then SXC, I believe, is Catalina. Let's see, KNUC, San Clemente. So then, I guess one of these is going to be Catalina Island then. But I remember I've been to Catalina Island before, and we took a boat out of Long Beach. And that confuses me, because I remember we wouldn't go from there. We would go from the docks at Oxnard. But we went from Long Beach, so I think Catalina should be one of these islands down here. I could be wrong. We've passed 30,000 feet, and we are most likely making contrails. Although I'm not going to go to the outside of the aircraft just because I don't want to blast anyone's ears out. Ooh, 40 views. That's doing pretty good, for me at least. And average view duration has bumped up to 141. Yes, my prediction that view duration would bump up as soon as we're flying is correct. I will gladly take requests for any of the viewers right now. If you guys would like me to go to any of the camera views, I would gladly do so. I can go in front of the wing, behind the wing, over the wing. I can look around the cockpit if you guys want to see any of the instruments. If you have any questions about my setup or any questions about tips about flying the Airbus plane, just drop it in the comments. I mean, not in the comments, in the chat. You can leave a question in the comments, but the chat, in this case, I'll be glad to answer them. And if you're watching the replay, yes, you can leave them in the comments. I think I'm going to want to set up a way so that anyone who comments will be able to see their comment on the screen. I'm not quite sure how to do that yet, but I know there is a way. Approaching at 36,000 feet, and we're going to be going to 38. Almost there, and you can see we're reaching that coffin corner, right on the verge of overspeed and right on the verge of stall. That max ceiling for the Airbus 320 Neo and 320 family is 39,000 feet, which is where those two collide, where you'll be overspeed and stalling at the same time, which is just insane to think about, is that you can be overspeed and in a stall at the same time. I see that we have 4 concurrent viewers. If you haven't already, please consider leaving a comment in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's very much appreciated. I hope you guys are enjoying this. If you have anything you would like me to do, views you'd like to see, I would be glad to do so. And we've reached our cruising altitude, and let's get right up there at the max Mach.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again for the flight deck.
And there's an automated captain message.
Before the flight, as it begins to settle in, I do want to remind you to please keep your seat elbows clear from the aisle, as the flight attendants will be coming through the cabin with galley carts shortly. Also, one more reminder to please refrain from congregating near the front galley where the flight deck door is located. Thank you.
So, I have a request to look over the wing. Let's figure out which view that is. I know it's one of these. Oh, I just blasted your ears. I'm sorry. So that's not quite over the wing. There we go. Here's over the wing. Minus that. Can take a look. Here's the window, it's all scratched up. You can see that we have the sharklet here, the signature Airbus sharklet, and we've got our aileron here and our speed brakes, the flaps, and we've got our covers for the hydraulics that move the flaps. You can see just the front and top of the engine pylon right there, and you can see the leading edge slats. And we've got our static wicks right here, these little dots and lines. Our static wicks for getting rid of dissipating the static electricity generated from the friction of the airflow over the wing. And also, a lot of people have wondered what this little thing on the Airbus planes are, and that's actually for the emergency exit slide. So this window that we're looking at right now is the over-wing emergency exit window, and actually, when they take this window out, there's a slide that inflates, and it actually is like an L slide. It goes out and then over the back of the wing, and it actually gets tied onto this little hook right there. So that's actually what the emergency exit slide gets secured to. That does not serve like any purpose in terms of aerodynamics or anything. It's purely for emergency use for the slide. Here's our map. You can see that we are. I love how Microsoft Flight Simulator, they don't let you zoom out. It's just the most amazing feature ever. No, I really wish they would let you zoom out more, because you can't see the whole world, and even when you expand the map, it just scales up. It doesn't actually zoom out. So if I go like this, it's just scaled up, and it's very annoying, especially when you want to see far ahead. And we've got another question. My favorite view is definitely in front of the engine here. View 12 or 13. You can see the engine right here, and you can see the winglet and all of that. Now, the only thing you don't get with sitting here is you don't... I just blasted your ears again. I always accidentally press external 11, which is the outside view, and it goes right next to the engine, and it's very loud. But my favorite view is definitely number 13 or 12. and you can see the whole engine pylon right here, and then you've got the anti-stall, the stall prevention little winglets here. The only thing you can't see is the trailing edge flaps. That's the cool thing about sitting in the back of the plane, is that you can see the trailing edge flaps, but up front it's really cool because you can hear the engine very well and see inside. Check on our overhead panel. I'm going to go ahead and turn the seatbelts off. Everything's looking good. And now we just wait. The joke with Airbus planes is that always when you fly an Airbus plane, everything is just completely easy, and that you don't have to do virtually anything. But that's not true, because every once in a while you should be checking your instruments, just making sure that everything is set correctly and there's no cautions or warnings or anything. And I can show you all around the cockpit a bit more. So up here is the overhead panel, and we've got our IRSs, which stands for Inertial Reference System. Essentially, it's the GPS of the plane. We've got, this is for evacuation, and this is like when you're going to evacuate. And this is GPWS, Ground Proximity Warning System. So that's for telling you how close you are to the ground, as well as giving you warnings. For example, terrain, it will tell you terrain ahead, and it tells you to pull up, basically meaning that you need to gain altitude before you hit an obstacle in front of you. And there's other ones that, these right here, it will say too low flaps, too low gear. It has a bunch of different warnings. And these are voice recorders for the cockpit. These are oxygen, and this actually is how the crew gets supplied to the oxygen, and the passenger is always on. These are the calls, so like the ding-dong noises you hear. Let me try that again, see if you can hear it from the back of the cabin. And then we've got the seatbelt sign that goes on and off. And then we also have our lights. These are the lights for on the outside of the plane, and these are the lights inside the plane. We've also got air conditioning. This is the air conditioning controls. And Here's our electricity. So we've got our generators for the engines. We've also got generators for the auxiliary power unit, and that's basically a small generator in the back of the plane. And we have ground power, batteries, fuel pumps. So this is all the fuel pumps. This is the pumps that will pump fuel to the engines, and this is the hydraulic system right here. And above you can see also the schematic too. And these are our fire warnings and fire extinguishing buttons right here. So if there's an engine fire or an APU fire, you can put an extinguishing agent into the engine to stop the fire. And up here, these are all the circuits, the circuit breakers basically on the aircraft. We got more circuit breakers. And down here we've got our throttle, and then this is our trim, and we've got our radios. This is the frequencies for the radios. This is the flight computer, so this is where you program your flight plan, which is essentially how we make autopilot work. These are the attitude indicators, airspeed, altitude, navigation display, and this is the autopilot panel, so you'll see that you can control the speed, the altitude, and the heading, and all that kind of thing, all those kind of things from right here. And that's pretty much it. Engine switches, the ignition switch for the engine, and these are our spoilers. So these are the little speed brakes that will pop up on the wing back here, oftentimes when you descend. And then these are our flaps, and that's pretty much all there is to know. And these displays tell you the engine. For example, there's the engine RPMs, which is what this N1 is. I believe this might be temperature of some sort. I'm not too familiar. Oh, we began our turn. You can see that we're far down here. But we're turning down towards Hawaii. You can see our trim is being adjusted automatically by the autopilot. And down here, you can actually see, this is how we know how far away from our destination we are. In this case, we are still 2,024 nautical miles away, which means our flight is 1/5 of the way over, approximately. So that means we've got another 4 hours to go. And yes, you can actually create a storm. I'll go to the weather page and we can mess with the weather settings. can see that's what a storm would look like. We're flying over storms. And then let's put it back to, let's just say a few clouds. So that's like a normal day with some few clouds. And then a lot of times we'll have scattered clouds. High level clouds. So you can see sometimes we'll have those really, really high level wispy clouds right there. It's just barely able to notice them. But most of the time we'll have broken clouds, especially when flying to Hawaii. So I could probably leave it there because clouds give some interest, especially when flying over the ocean, because there's almost nothing to see. Now, obviously no computer simulation is ever going to mimic the cloud formations in real life, but at least, to me, it actually looks kind of like a watercolor painting, which is really interesting. It very much looks like a watercolor painting. And sometimes, if you put on live weather, you'll actually run into some turbulence, which sometimes you have to divert around, because if it's gonna, if the turbulence is too strong, then in best interest for comfort of passengers and the safety, the safety of the aircraft, essentially preserving the aircraft, because any stress like that from the wings flexing or the plane moving so suddenly can cause fatigue in the structures, like the wing structure and the fuselage. So sometimes you will have to divert, but most of the time the aircraft can handle any intermediate, moderate turbulence that's thrown at it, and even some severe turbulence. But you can see one other thing to point out is that right here it says we're only going 260 knots, but that's because it's knots. It's not miles an hour. So the best way, if you want to know the ground speed, is to check the Mach. So we're going Mach 0.81, so we're going 81% the speed of sound. And if you look that up on Google, you'll see you can do Mach 2 MPH, and you'll see that you'll see here that we are going 621.488 miles an hour. So thunderstorms, if there is any thunderstorms, they will always most likely be below us, because we are at 38,000 feet. So most thunderstorms will be lower lying than that. So most of the time you don't have a problem, but occasionally you will have very high level clouds, and the most problematic is when there's a lot of different temperatures in the areas of the of higher altitudes, because the air will be moving around to try and even out the temperature difference, and the moving air will cause a lot of bumps and rocks. And tropical storms will also do the same. So tropical storms will be at about a lower altitude, and because all storms are technically the same, but tropical storms really, I'm not the best expert on weather, but tropical storms usually come with a lot of rain, whereas if you were to experience a storm in California, you would get a lot of thunder and lightning, and you get some moderate rain, but a lot of tropical storms have like really severe rain. Like I've been to Hawaii before, and one time we were just sitting on the beach, and all of a sudden rain just started to pour down, and there was no lightning or thunder, but it just started pouring. So a lot of the times it just depends on the geographical location you're at, and most of the time, I can even look up, most of the time the storms are below you when you're flying, at least commercially. So, I'm looking, and cumulonimbus clouds are those really, those dense clouds that look super stormy, like they're going to cause a storm, and they typically are like darker in color, and they can range from anywhere to 2,000 feet to 52,000 feet. And inside there can be hail, ice, rain, snow, and it can be really, sometimes the ice, hail, and rain can be very dense, and in that case those, the clouds pilots always want to avoid are cumulonimbus clouds. And if you get stuck in one of those, you can actually damage your aircraft a lot, because the ice if you think about it, there's ice and hail inside a cloud, and you're hurtling at it at around 650 miles an hour. It's definitely going to break the windshield, if not do things that are worse. I definitely am getting a lot of questions about weather today. That's funny. So, if there's a hurricane, we will definitely we definitely don't have much of a choice, especially since there's not many places around Hawaii. Hawaii is literally in the middle of the Pacific Ocean with nothing else around it. So if there's a hurricane, we would really just have to try landing in Hawaii, and our only hope would be that some of the other islands could have a less severity of a storm going on. But really the islands are not that far apart, and especially a massive storm like a hurricane would most likely cover the entire area. And yeah, there is not really many places to divert to out to Hawaii, and if you look on a map, there's almost absolutely nothing nearby. I believe there is an island. let's see. So there is one thing that I see, and that is the Johnston Atoll Islands. And I believe it used to actually be a it used to be like a military base in World War II, yeah. So it has a runway, and I believe that it was a former military base in World War II. But that's the closest thing, and that is around 2 to 3 hours in flying time away from Hawaii. So if the Airbus's max flying time, I believe, is around 7.5 hours, and it already takes 5 to get to Hawaii, or 5 hours and 40 minutes on average. So if you add 2 hours to that, you're at 7 hours and 40 minutes, which would be just on the end of the range of the Airbus A320neo. And typically when planes take off to Hawaii, they don't fill up their fuel tank all the way, because when they don all that extra weight, then they have to carry that weight. So they're going to the plane's going to use more fuel to carry more weight. So it's better to just use the least fuel possible, and typically they'll have about an hour extra fuel on board just in case they need to go around or anything. And ditching on the sea, it would be, to say the least, it would be safer to fly through a hurricane in some cases. I'm not an expert on weather, but it would be safer to fly through a storm and try and land with super high winds and low visibility than to land on the ocean, because we have instruments like ILS, RNAV, and those are different types of approach, because when you actually fly in and start your descent and fly into the airport, it's not all by hand. It's actually done by something called vertical speed, which means that we use a vertical speed dial right here to when we calculate how many feet we need to drop per second at a certain speed, at a certain distance from the airport, in order to be at the correct altitude. And you intercept something called a localizer and glide slope, and essentially what that does is that tells the autopilot how to fly the plane in order so that the plane will be at the correct altitude at the right time in order to touch down on the runway in the right spot, which is the touchdown zone. So later, once we reach the Hawaiian Islands, you'll see I'll be setting up the ILS approach, and there will be magenta diamonds telling me how close I am to the correct altitude and the correct heading of the runway. So at a certain point, you'll disengage autopilot and hand fly the rest in, and that's around at about 1,000 feet is when most airlines will have the pilots disengage the autopilot and fly in. But right now we're at 38,000, so you'll descend first and you will disengage autopilot on your final approach, and then hand fly the rest in. I'm seeing something about, is it the band or the band instrument? Oh. there. Oh, I see. Okay. There actually is right here on the PFD, or no, the navigation display. You'll see that this is letting us know the wind right here. So it's telling us the direction too, I believe. So we've got a wind of 12 knots at 270 degrees. So the wind is coming this way. So we have a slight crosswind coming this direction. And you'll see that the arrow references that direction too. And yes, there is a function called Auto Land, where you set up the ILS approach and you engage both autopilot 1 and 2, and that will automatically land the plane. And all you have to do is brake and put out the reverse thrust, and keep the plane on the center line of the runway once it touches down. But Auto Land, just like any person would struggle with landing a plane in a storm with unpredictable winds, Auto Land would definitely have the same problem as well. Because the computer can calculate and be a little bit ahead, but still, especially if the wind is constantly unpredictable, then you're going to have a lot of problems. And it's almost better to hand fly it. And oftentimes in those cases it will be a captain's landing. And on normal procedure in airlines, you never will ever use the auto land. If there is any circumstances that require more expertise, it will be deemed as a captain's landing. all back now. I just went and got some airplane cookies. I believe American Airlines serves this brand of cookies on their flights. And also, the estimated time of arrival is, well, in real life time it's 4:23, and we've got 1,800 miles left to go, so we've got about 3 hours, 40 minutes left. So, estimated time of arrival is like 8 o'clock around, but the estimated time of arrival in here, I departed, I believe, at 2:45. Let's see. The game, the time set in the game is different. That's about right. So, the estimated time of arrival, well, Hawaii is different time, so yeah, so it's going to be, I'm trying to calculate in my head. This time is based on our current, is based on the plane's current geographical location, and I'm not the best with time zones, so I can't really say, but I know we left it around, in the game time, I know we left it around 2:30, 2:40-ish, so let's see. Hawaii is about 2 hours ahead, 2 hours behind. And we've been flying for around an hour. Then I would say that our estimated time of arrival is probably like 7 o'clock-ish. So, if you would like to see the landing, you can always, I'm trying to think of a way. Sometimes, normally, you can get a notification from a channel once you subscribe and turn on notifications, but the best way is probably to check back in around 3.5 hours and see where it is. And after that, I should be starting the landing. Is requesting to wave at the camera, so I apologize. I can't say no. finally back after doing chores. Yep, I still have to do household chores in my house. So it looks like, how many miles are we out from Kahului? We're 1,300 miles out. Dang, we went a long way since I was last here. So I'm gonna check the overhead panel, make sure that we are still good to go. Yep, everything's still good. No cautions, master cautions. Oh, I should unarm the ground spoilers. And let's take a look at our fuel. Which fuel we have left? 62%, and we're more than halfway there. Yeah, we have running good on fuel. Alright, so I have been gone for a while, but anyways, finally back now. Go ahead and take a look around the cockpit. I see we have some viewers that have come back. We have got the overhead panel here of the Airbus A320, and you can see we've got our lights right here. External lights, we've got strobes, beacons, wings, all that stuff. Here's our IRS, and it's currently set in the nav mode. And we've got our flight controls, ground proximity warning system, oxygen, engine fire, hydraulics, fuel, and electrics. Got the air conditioning, as well as the autopilot panel here. You can see we're currently at Mach 0.81, 38,000 feet. Our altimeter is set standard. And actually, in the Airbus, what's really great is the throttle. The way the throttle works, I really think it works great. We've got detents, so you can see we've got the idle thrust detent, climb detent, flex, and toga. And the climb detent is climb where you have your thrust during the climb and during cruise. So actually at that point, auto throttle never works in any of these other detents. So auto throttle can only be armed when your throttle's in the climb detent. And you'll see here we've got auto throttle armed, autopilot 1's on. And yeah, I mean it's pretty cool, because in the Boeing, the throttle, no matter where it is, auto throttle can automatically turn. Well, it won't automatically, but auto throttle will turn on. So when in the Airbus, it only turns on in a specific location. And also the Boeing throttle moves back and forth, and so does the yoke. And that actually, in my opinion, would probably be more uncomfortable, especially if you're flying and the yoke is moving just a little bit, bumping your leg over and over again. That could probably get pretty annoying. And the cool thing is that the Airbus has the side stick, and the side stick actually doesn't move when autopilot's on. It actually stays in its position, and the computer just sends a signal via fly-by-wire to the controls. And one thing that we should do is get the weather from Kahului Airport. And we can get a weather request METAR. And we should be able to return messages. Nope, not yet. It's taking a little while. There we go. Or nope, that's the wrong one. This one. We can actually print this. Come on. There we go. Now we can update the ILS descent information. Descent and approach information. QNH is 29901. Temperature is 23. Wind is I'm wondering what the wind is on this METAR. Some of them are formatted a little bit different. Oh, I am looking. Oh, that's funny. I'm looking at LAX. I have to look at Q and H for Kahului. Yep, that sounds about right. 34 degrees. Oh, it is the same. And 34 degrees. I think this is the wind right here, 020 at 18, but I could be wrong. I'm not very experienced in reading METARs. I think I will just look up real quick how to read the wind on a METAR. So this is the wind right here, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to read it. I think it's 020 at 18. That's what I'm gonna put. Transalt is 18,000. And I'll search up on Navigraph the the ILS approach chart. So, it looks like Barrow is 275. And that is all configured. We can go back to flight plan. We still have around about 2 hours to go. There's a cabin view. So it's about 12,000, not 12,000, 1,200 nautical miles. So if we're going around, it's going to be around about two and a half hours left. So we're just over halfway through the flight. Check our fuel on board. So we have a question about sleeping on a plane. Actually, pilots are allowed to sleep, but not in the cockpit, and only on long-haul flights. So the way it works is occasionally on long-haul flights, pilots need to rest in order to be able to perform their duties correctly. So it's a very controlled environment, though. They get only so much time to sleep, and not only that, they have to have around 45 minutes of time to wake up. But sleeping in the cockpit with 2-3 pilots is not permitted. Hello NN0013 Games. Are you still there? It is a very long flight for me indeed. 5 hours and 45 minutes. Just watching some LA flights, my favorite YouTube channel. Don't think pilots have IFE in the cockpit, but Microsoft Flight Simulator is allowing for it for me. If you haven't, go check out their channel, LA Flights. Super great channel. They live stream all the planes at LAX, and you can see lots of big planes too, 747s, A380s. It's great, so go check out their channel, give them some support, subscribe, and like their videos. somebody in the chat asking where we are. We are currently 300 nautical miles away from our destination. We've got about maybe 20 more minutes. Just a short few moments before we start our descent, maybe about 10 minutes before we start our descent into Kahului. getting ready to start our descent. Let's check our distance from the airport. Once we get to about 200 miles, we should be good to start our descent into OGG. Let's check our calculations here. Make sure. So we've got, if we've got, let's say 200 miles, and we're going to let's say 280 knots. Yeah, so we're going to want to start our descent here. Alrighty. Gonna want to reduce that speed a little bit. Should naturally come down. And we'll put in the intercept height for the ILS. Check this out. Approach. And yep, we intercept tabs at 2,400 feet. So I'm going to put 2,000 feet in. Set that. And we're going to put in minus 1,000 feet a minute for now. And put out our speed brake just a little bit. And switch that camera view to the back.
From the flight deck, ladies and gentlemen, as you may have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for our approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please.
Best view for this one is the right-hand side, so we'll go ahead and select that. 2. I see we have one viewer. Who is our viewer that is watching now? If you would like, you can leave a comment in the chat. So, if we're still looking, let's check out how far out we are from the airport. 178, that's pretty good. Want to speed up our rate of descent now. Put out that speed brake a little bit. guys are watching the stream, please leave a comment in the chat. That would be awesome to know who's watching. Been live for 5 hours and 23 minutes. Most of the time I have not been sitting here talking, otherwise my voice would have been dead. Now we are finally on our descent into Kahului. Video has 5 likes. Let's see if we can get it to 7. Anyways, on to the approach procedure. Let's take a look at our checklist. So now for the descent, seatbelt signs are on, no smoking on. We have lights will be coming on shortly, landing lights, when we get down to around 3,000 feet. I'm going to put our beacon lights on just so that the ground crew knows our engines are on. Wings coming on, nav logos on. I'm going to get the runway on once we get down. And we'll start that APU as soon as we get closer so that it's ready to go when we're on the ground. Got the joystick view. So when we land, you guys will be able to see the joystick. At 23,000 feet, looking pretty good. We might want to increase that rate of descent just a little bit. Maintaining that speed pretty well. Here's a view out the passenger window. We're hitting some little cross rocks and bumps. The clouds look a little weird from up here, but once you actually get close to them and start to fly through the clouds in Microsoft Flight Simulator look really cool, especially when you fly through them. I've flown through, I think I did a flight a while ago, not on live stream, but just by myself, out of JFK, and they were having live thunderstorms, and the clouds looked amazing. (20,000 feet, looking good. I think we can pull back a little bit on the descent. Actually, I take that back. We should probably keep it up right there. It's better to be a little bit low and slow than to be going hot and high down there, because you are not able to recover from that. You have no choice but to just go around. Got 18,000 feet, and that is our transition altitude. So let's check. Let's get another METAR. Let's go back. I clicked the wrong one. ATSU. Let's see, menu. Weather request. Send. And wait for the company message. And yep, it's telling us I don't have the altimeter setting though yet, so just gonna have to be patient. Check the received messages. Aha, here we go. Print that one. It's printing out. Turn it off. And we've got an altimeter setting of 2990. So let's go. There we go. Altimeter is set. And let's check that ILS has updated information. Got 33 degrees, 33, updating it, and wind, I'm not sure how to read the wind, but VRB 06 knots, I don't know about that, but I'm gonna say I'm just gonna go for, it doesn't matter that much in terms of Flight Simulator, so I think I'm just gonna go for heading 0006 knots. I don't know how to read that, and I'm just going to input this, not 060. Okay, that should be fine, and that's pretty much it. Bring that, zoom in more. We got about 100 miles before we reach OGG. Approaching the clouds. Just take a zoom out and enjoy the view, and take a look at the passenger view as well. Let's do a passenger view of breaking through these clouds. If you have a preference, leave it in the chat right now. Should I do cockpit or passenger view when we go through these clouds? Nobody is saying anything, so I guess I will do passenger view. Check our altitude, 10,000. Let's get that down to 250. look at those clouds. Slow down our descent. And let's go to passenger view. Almost in the clouds. Getting a little bit of pixelation there on the clouds. Gonna slow up on the vertical speed. And here we go. And we are in the clouds. So our constraints, and let's take a look. So we gotta be at 3,000 feet right there. So slow down on that vertical speed a little bit. What a beautiful view out the window. Let's put in our speed brakes. I love the Hawaiian Airlines livery, it looks very nice. We've got one viewer. I wonder who that one viewer is. I hope you are enjoying the stream. And we should be crossing over the island of Maui shortly. Going through this little cloud right here. Ooh, that is a laggy graphics right there. I've been very much looking to get the 3060 Ti and don't really want to spend the money on it right now. I'll probably ask for it for my birthday or something like that. It would most likely greatly enhance the performance of this game. I'll probably getting like 60 FPS plus on Ultra. I mean, not Ultra, but high-end at least, with good terrain data, good level terrain data. And here we are, closing in on the island of Maui. gonna take away the clouds for a second just to see the terrain ahead of us. Oh, whoa! There is a big mountain there. We gotta gain some altitude. Look at that. Let's go ahead and go up to feet. Getting an unexpected gain in altitude. I think I'm going to divert to the left a little bit. Or I'll just start, you know what, I'll start going back down and then I'll turn to the, I'm going to turn to the right here. I think I'm going to go to back to 2000 and start descent. And look at that beautiful island. That is some pretty good graphics. Continuing that turn to the right. I'm pretty sure that they actually fly in this way and make a U-turn here. So that is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn out and around. The visibility is not that great, especially with all these clouds, but it looks very cool, especially when you fly right through them. There's a little glimpse of the island right there. We are actually flying around, I believe, Haleakala right now. This little mountain peak right here, that is Haleakala. This is OGG Airport, and oftentimes the planes will fly in this direction and then make a U-turn. Flight Simulator had us going directly over a 10,000 foot, SimBrief had us going directly over a 10,000 foot mountain. Probably going to get it slowed to 230. Start the turn. Gonna get our LS mode set on. Start that turn to the left as we go through these clouds. Start turning more to the left. I think I'll turn that visibility up just a little bit so we can all see the islands a little bit better. Say scattered clouds. That's a bit better. Now you can see some of the island. Start that descent a little bit more. spoilers out a little bit. Put them all the way out. And we're going direct to Tebs. Turn on approach mode. Uh-oh, turning back to the left, we are definitely a bit high. That was a bit of an accident there. Uh-oh. Taking a sharp right turn. Flying over these windmills. Bringing this back in on it. I'm gonna put out the flaps. Looks like we're a little bit low. Put the gear down. Put out our approach speed, 125. Put on autopilot again. GS localizer lock. Turning towards the airport. And ooh, that's stuttering a bit. There we go. There's our flaps. Flaps are set. Gears down, speed brakes engaged. Flying into Maui is always a little bit of a weird approach, especially since there is very high mountains on each side. And there's the runway. Should start turning to the right any second now.
1,000.
does that say? TA only. Disengage autopilot, and we are
$500.
I hope I can get a good
400.
landing here. And the PAPI in Microsoft Flight Simulator are not very
100
accurate.
above, 300.
So it's best to just disregard them and use only your instruments.
Minimum 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Got a little bit of a
5.
floater. Touchdown. Full reverse. And that was a little bit to the right. Wasn't the best landing ever. Definitely could have done a better landing, but it's alright. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Maui. One thing we did forget is to set the APU on, but we can start it right now while we're taxiing. And we've got our landing lights too, but this is the home of unprofessional flight. I really need to revise my landing checklist. That would really help me remember to do all this stuff before we landed. And let's put our flaps in. Speed brakes up. And again, this airport is not modeled correctly. The airport actually has a green roof, and it's way shorter than that actually. It's not that tall. It's not a modern airport at all. It's actually really old, properly old inside, but that's what makes it kind of cool. But anyways, after 5 hours of flight time, we have finally made it to Maui. There's just going to be a fuel truck in front of us. He's going to have to move any second now. I guess we'll just put on the APU bleed. Let's see if we can get him to move. Come on. There he goes. Wait a second. Is he going to drive straight into us? No. Now what is he doing? I can't move until you move. Okay. Don't want to cause an explosion. I think I'm just going to go to the outside view. Go around him. I don't really have much other choice. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 for you. And our wing just makes it over the top of him. Now we should be able to taxi and park in this gate. Let's check this out. And there is so there is an actual wow, that's actually impressive that there's a ground crew right there to tell us when to stop. And I think I'm gonna go with pilot's discretion and stop the plane, because if I go any farther I'll hit the pushback tug. Maybe not. I can go a little bit farther. Let's just go outside here. There we go! That is cool. They actually added ground crew. Alright, so let's go ahead and Microsoft does that annoying thing. And the engines are shutting down. Hear everybody getting out of their seatbelts, the cheesy seatbelts animation sound. Let's get the jetway connected. Lock the cockpit door. Tune Maui ground. Ground services. Jetway connection.
Maui ground Hawaiian 55, could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft? Hawaiian 55, the jetway is going to be connected.
And they didn't do a very good job of connecting the jetway, did they? The passengers are going to have to leap like, looks like only about 3 feet with their carry-on luggage to get out of the plane. And also they shoved the jet bridge into the top of the plane too. Lovely. But our APU is on, providing electrical power. And we're all good. Let's go to the overhead panel and kind of reverse this. Shut everything down. Turn all the lights off. Oxygen supply off. Aiders all off. G lights off. Complete off. APU off. External power. Fuel pumps all off. Take a look, make sure everything's good. So our batteries are off. The plane should be shutting off, but it doesn't want to shut off. Come on now. APU is still running. That is funny. I did turn it off. Oh well. Technically everything in the aircraft is now shut off, and anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. It was a long stream today. Very long one indeed. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream shortly here. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next one.